Please pass the proposed 25-26 budget now and work through well-established HR channels to handle any HR procedures or issues down the road. Phase 3 of the current lands bill reconveyance is critical to this region. If this budget is not approved by June 1st, NRS deadline, the city of Fernley and everyone in it will look bad and suffer a terrible hit to your hard-earned reputation and progress your city has made over the last 25 years. Don't play chicken with NRS and the city budget.
Thank you, sir. Is there any other public input at this time? Anybody on the phone, Ms. Swanson? So I was asked at the last meeting, how come I say there's nobody on Zoom on the phone? So do we have people on Zoom that are not wanting to raise their hand? So we have 37 people on Zoom that is listening to this meeting. So I told them I would make sure to let them know that there are 37 people on Zoom listening to the meeting. So, what's that?
That doesn't include the people viewing through YouTube.
Okay, thank you. If that's all we have public comment at this time, we'll move on to line item 1.4, approval of the agenda. Councilman Lau.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the agenda.
Second.
We have a motion by Councilman Lau, seconded by Councilman Hannan. Please vote. Do we need to take a manual vote? Ward 1, Councilman Hannan, how do you vote?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I vote yes.
Ward 2, Councilwoman Zaborski.
I vote yes.
Ward 3, Councilman Lau.
Yes.
Ward 4, Councilman Torres.
Yes.
And Ward 5, Councilman Mendoza.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0. Now we'll move on to line item 2.1 for possible action discussion regarding the fiscal year 2025-2026 proposed final budget, including but not limited to all funds within the Water Enterprise Fund, Wastewater Enterprise Fund, General Fund, Special Revenue Funds, Capital Improvement Programs, rates, all city departments, the budget, timelines, goals, and existing budget, debit, staffing, including but not limited to renegotiations, reclassifications, employee position, contracts, new position, and other matters related thereto. So at this time, if we have a motion, or I guess we would need to have a motion before discussion, or
Aaron Mortson, City Attorney. I usually prefer that you do the discussion prior to the motion as well as a public comment prior to the motion being made.
Okay, thank you. So I believe that this is a really good budget that has been presented and put together by Ben Marchant as well as Robert Carson and all staff members, including myself. I know that there's a lot of ongoing things as far as approving the budget and defunding the city manager's position, which I strongly disagreed with, and I vetoed that. And with the reason, I guess I'm going to tell you the reason I vetoed this this motion is for the simple fact is there's no reason stated why they want to defund the position when the city of Fernley does need a city manager in this position. So it appears to me that nothing has been said about the person in the city manager position, but just talked about defunding the city manager position. A year ago, I vetoed a motion that was brought up by then Councilwoman Fran McKay, and I vetoed it. And I've been ridiculed ever since for vetoing that bill or that motion. So last Wednesday, I had notified Mr. Marchant that we council had the opportunity to talk about his competence, character, and job performance, and nobody said a word. So it's really disheartening to me that this council wants to sit up here and defund a position that the city truly does need. And nobody talked about the person in the position. That's what I have a hard time with. So once again, Mr. Marchant has been notified. I know that council sat up here and said that they were advised by council not to talk about his character and competence. So it's kind of like danged if I do, danged if I don't. I vetoed it and then I got ridiculed. So I opened it up and now nobody wants to say nothing. So I'm really not really sure where I'm supposed to go with this or what council has in mind or what they're holding back. I do believe that Mr. Marchant has done a great job here. Is he perfect? Absolutely not. Am I perfect? Absolutely not. And I'd sure like somebody to show me who is. But beside the fact is that we need to pass this budget. This budget, one way or another, if we're here all night long, is going to pass. We have got to pass this budget, not for me, not for city manager Ben Marchant, and not for any of these council members, but for the city of Fernley. This has to pass. It would be very detrimental to the city of Fernley if this budget doesn't pass. This will set us back years. I said that last meeting. Everything we've worked for all this time, and now all this stuff is happening in Fernley. And if we don't pass this budget, that's not going to be good for the city of Fernley. So that's just my 2 cents on it. I don't know where council wants to go with this. I will leave it up to council to talk about it if they wish. So I see Councilman Torres, go ahead. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The first thing I'd like to say is the budget was passed at the last meeting. And the only one line item that has been proposed was asked to not be funded. So it did pass 3-2 and was vetoed. I'd like to start off by thanking everyone who has come to the Fernley City Council meeting tonight and last week. I appreciate all of you taking part in our government process. I want to take a few minutes to address your many concerns and answer some of the very important and pertinent questions you all raised during the last meeting. One question many asked was why I did not publicly give a reason for my motion to approve the 25-26 budget while not funding the city manager position. During the legal brief held just prior to last week's council meeting, which included the city attorney and all of city council, we were advised we had a legal responsibility to protect the city manager as an employee as much as possible. We were not to discuss personnel issues or cause incompetency of the city manager due to the item being listed and agendized as a budgetary item only. Per the continual legal advice of our city attorney, we have been given the approval to address you tonight. A second question was raised about whether my motion was legal and if I was trying to change our local form of government. The motion was legal per Nevada revised statute, constitutional law, and case law. As a reminder, not one of the 3 branches of U.S. government, the executive, mayor, the legislative, city council, or the judicial, municipal court judge, have more power than another. They are all separate but equal. At all levels of U.S. government, the legislative branch controls the budget and decides what is funded and what is not funded. Once the funding is decided, the executive and judicial branches can operate. At the local level, those two branches operate within their budgets granted them by the legislative branch. I was not, and I am not now, attempting to change our local form of government. I am actually only acting upon the legal and lawful means of the legislative branch granted by law, and the continual interference by Mayor McIntyre may be unlawfully interfering with this legislative branch in the performance of its duties. As with many laws in our country and state, just because someone doesn't like them or doesn't understand them, they do not lose their validity. A third item that was mentioned by Mayor McIntyre was my voting record during the process of hiring the current city manager. The mayor's first selection was a very bright and promising lady from a western state. My reasoning for not selecting her during my vote was that she had neither the education nor the experience of being a city manager. She was the current deputy city manager of a town of roughly 2,000 people that consisted of seasonal tourists and had not seen any growth nor expected to see any growth soon. As a matter of fact, I told the mayor that I thought with more education, experience, and time, she would be a very good city manager, but not with the growth we are all expecting at the time that has come to fruition. I also want to mention that I was 1 vote out of 5, and she didn't get the majority votes needed. Mayor McIntyre then presented Mr. Marchant as his next pick. The mayor met with each council person prior to the meeting to advise us of who he was going to choose and why. During my meeting with the mayor, I showed him about a half dozen articles from where Mr. Marchant had worked previously. These articles showed that Mr. Marchant had an extensive history of only staying at each of these cities and townships a very small amount of time. Included in this work history was one township that had terminated his employment for a, quote, a pattern of negligence that has proved detrimental to the discipline, efficiency, and effectiveness of this administration, unquote. A second counselor stated, quote, Mr. Marchant has made a career full of errors, unquote, and a third described his leadership as a 5-alarm fire. Mr. Marchant's response to his termination was to blame the council and took zero accountability according to this article. A second prior government employer and Mr. Marchant had a sudden and unexplained mutual separation from employment after only a few years. These, along with several other instances of leaving suddenly or staying only a short amount of time, are more than enough reason to justify my caution of hiring him to be our city manager, as they would be for any position the city of Fernley may consider hiring and is standard practice and consideration in every workplace for almost every job. I also did not feel Mr. Marchant was the best candidate for Fernley, as he admitted he had never worked in a place that was growing, especially at the rate Fernley was looking at soon. In addition, Mr. Marchant had no idea whether Nevada was a home rule state or a Dillon's rule state regarding taxes and financial stability. Nevada is a Dillon's rule state where local governments only have powers expressed to them by the state, where home rule states allow for greater autonomy, permitting local governments to legislate matters not specifically prohibited by state law. I believe my reasons were clearly stated to Mayor McIntyre. They were reasonable and well thought out and based upon my 30 years of experience at government leadership, with the majority of those years at the executive level. The mayor's response to my objections was he had driven around the city for 5 hours with Mr. Marchant. Here too, I was only one of 5 council people voting on this item. The most asked question at the meeting last week was why I had made the motion to approve the 25-26 budget, but asked for the city manager to be position to be removed. During his tenure with the city of Fernley, Mr. Marchant has blatantly and continually undermined and has been insubordinate to this council by making comments whenever he doesn't like a decision we have made. These range from council doesn't know what it's doing, he doesn't understand why he must get the budget approved by people who have no idea how to do a budget, singling council members out who have tried to hold him accountable, bad-mouthing council members in general, and doing everything but bringing staff together and building a team. This has been ongoing since he started here, and he makes these comments to city employees during meetings involving all employees at the all-hands meetings, department head meetings, Thursday morning council recaps, and in one-on-one conversations, even going so far as to telling employees that certain council members don't like them. The mayor is often present, and there are approximately 20 to 30 employees that have witnessed these actions. Additionally, Mr. Marchant makes many of these same comments to some of our civic groups here in Fernley, including the Chamber of Commerce breakfasts, the Fernley Builders Alliance, and the Fernley 4th of July committee members, and Mayor McIntyre is often in attendance and allows this to happen. Mr. Marchant also has a history of lying to council. One example was during last year's public budget hearings. There was an item of discussion about an associate planner position. During the discussion, this council, minus Councilman Mendoza, gave the city manager direct instructions to remove the associate planner from the proposed budget and to bring it back in a year with the justification to show why the position was needed. This direction was approved, voted upon by council, and passed 5-0. Over the next several weeks, Mr. Marchant continued to keep the position on the proposed budget, despite him having clear instructions to remove it. When we had the next budget hearing, I asked him why he had refused to remove it after being told to do so by the council, and in my written directions 6 times reminding him that it was to be removed. Mayor McIntyre asked during the meeting if I had communicated that to him, and I restated I had 6 times and had also done so through the mayor himself. The mayor gave no response despite the obvious insubordination, dishonesty, and disregard of council by Mr. Marchant. The same type of dishonesty happened again this budget year. During a council meeting, we all had a conversation about a new position for utilities. I asked for the job posting to be removed and all processes involving that position to be frozen for 2 weeks until it could be discussed by council at the next budget hearings and a decision would be made at that time. This was to help ensure we didn't give a job offer to any candidates, only to have council decide not to approve the position, possibly having a negative effect on the candidate. Not only did council agree that was best practice, but the mayor also agreed to have the job posting removed from the website and any further actions frozen until we could address it. Mr. Marchant stated he understood the direction by council and stated he agreed it was a good idea. Mr. Marchant ignored the direction by council on this budget item. He did not remove the job posting from the website, and he did not stop the hiring process as he was told to do so. I asked him during the budget hearing why he had not done what he was instructed to do, and he stated he misunderstood, a common excuse of his. I asked the mayor if he approved of this continual dishonesty, and he again made an excuse for this behavior and stated it wasn't on purpose. During the same budget hearing, while discussing the qualifications for a new code enforcement officer, I asked Mr. Marchant about the need to have the position post-certified because I thought it would be a detriment and not an asset. Mr. Marchant responded by stating the city attorney and Friendly Municipal Judge agreed that it should be a post-certified position. The Friendly Municipal Judge was present and responded openly that she had never said that and did not agree that it should be post-certified and that his statement about her stance was not true. Also during the budget hearings for the 25-26 budget year, there was a large pay increase that was supposed to be presented by Mr. Marchant to council for the municipal court judge. The judge has agreed for several years to take much less than the average wage for her position and experience, but was requesting to be brought up in pay. After it was not addressed at the initial budget hearing in April, I inquired, and the judge reminded Mr. Marchant that he had not mentioned her wage increase to city council. She asked him what she should do to inform them, especially since it was a substantial amount. His response to her was she shouldn't say anything because council didn't ask. One additional example of the continuing dishonesty by Mr. Marchant was during the process of placing a new business into the old Pizza Shack restaurant on Main Street. The owners of the property were trying to put a new restaurant into this building and were told by Mr. Marchant that the street in front of their building would need to have sidewalk, curb, and gutter installed by them before the city would allow any business to be conducted. The property owners worked diligently to work on all of the other requirements and do what they had been told to do to open a new restaurant. These property owners wanted to make sure they were given the correct information by Mr. Marchant regarding the need for sidewalk, curb, and gutter, and he reiterated that they did need to install these items per NDOT. They went to NDOT and requested a written response on these requirements. On 9/11 of 2024, the property owners received an email from an NDOT traffic engineer that stated they do not require these upgrades and will work with property owners in the city to install sidewalks as funding and resources become available. Mayor McIntyre was present at many of these meetings as well. On May 6, 2025, at about 12 p.m., I met with the mayor at the sheriff's substation here in Fernley. We met there so we can have an open conversation away from City Hall about my concerns and reasons for asking not to fund the city manager position in the 25-26 budget. I told him I thought Mr. Marchant had some serious dishonesty issues and had continued to be dishonest since his employment. The mayor said I was only doing this because I don't like him. The mayor asked for examples, and I listed last year's budget hearings, dishonesty with the owners of the old Pizza Shack, and hiding the cost of special use permits from council and the public, along with his attempt to create a building moratorium by using the roundabout as a reason to seize building permits and causing issues between the city and NDOT. It is not the city manager's purview to do such a thing, as it is a council decision to issue a moratorium. The mayor responded by saying the businesses that complained about the special use permits shouldn't have done that because now they must do the legwork and the code doesn't allow him to waive the fees. I pointed out that wasn't the point. The point was they were lied to. I also mentioned to him the examples of his insubordination and undermining council by his statements to staff during meetings and the public during public events. I made the mayor aware of several instances where staff had been directly told to not put an item onto the agenda so that council could not hear certain items and would be unable to make a decision on those items. I continued to discuss these issues with the mayor for a few more minutes before he told me I didn't have any good reasons and he was going to veto my motion if it passed. He continued his objections and stated no one had ever come to him and told him any of this was happening. I responded by reminding him that council had asked for a cause and competency meeting and the mayor vetoed it. We had asked to have our evaluations included in his yearly evaluation last September, and the mayor said he would not accept them. And council asked why we were no longer discussing the city manager's contract renewal or denial, as we had since we became a city, and he had told council he didn't have to and he wasn't going to have that discussion. During the city manager's last evaluation, I submitted my evaluation to the clerk to be attached to the record of the council meeting. The mayor responded by asking the city attorney if I was allowed to do that. The city attorney stated that I was, and it was a lawful act on my part. The mayor then told the city manager that it didn't matter that I had done that and that my evaluation didn't make any difference. At what point has council been allowed to address anything to do with the city manager without the mayor denying it is happening, making excuses for him, or totally dismissing council's numerous attempts to address these issues? I then explained to the mayor that I was attempting to do the least damaging action to staff, the residents, and even the city manager by asking for the position to not be funded. The current city manager would be given his 6-month severance, honoring his contract. And council could ask for the position to be reopened at the end of the year with a newly hired city manager starting at the start of 2026 after the severance pay had been completed. Mayor McIntyre again told me he was going to veto the vote if it passed, and he knew I didn't have a supermajority to override his veto. I explained to the mayor that we had an even bigger, more serious problem with several complaints about Mr. Marchant that I had received in confidence. These employees had not come forward because they didn't feel that HR or the mayor would do anything about it, and they didn't want to be fired or retaliated against by the city manager. That's a quote. On the advice of legal counsel, I am not to discuss these matters any further until an investigation can be carried out. I told the mayor that if he wasn't willing to work with me, I had no choice but to file the complaint. Mayor McIntyre said, do what you have to do. That's what you do. You file complaints on people, and then I was going to have to take the blame by killing the budget when he vetoed my motion. He then asked me if I remembered when he had to be the acting manager during his first 9 months as mayor. I said that I did. He said he's unable to do that again, and he doesn't want to do that job again. I attempted to explain to him that the department heads and staff are the ones who keep the city moving forward. And if he and the city manager and all the council were gone, the city would still operate the next day. Mayor McIntyre stated again that he was going to veto my motion if it passed. I disagreed then that I was going to be held responsible for killing the budget, and I disagree with that now. My attempt to resolve an issue by asking for one line item to be unfunded is not killing the budget. The mayor's veto of the entire budget for one staff member is killing the budget. I'm attempting to do what is best for our residents and staff while protecting staff that has been victimized and who only wish is to come to work without being bullied and harassed by the city manager. For this council to not take the action necessary is total and complete deliberate indifference. During the last council meeting, one of my fellow councilmen made it a point several times that if I was able to give him just one legitimate reason for my motion, he would be on board and vote yes to defund the city manager position. I've just given you nearly a dozen legitimate reasons. Here's your opportunity to do that unless you condone this type of behavior. A longtime employee recently told me they don't feel that there is low morale. They feel that there is no morale. A second tenured employee told me, you have no idea just how bad things are here. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Torres, for those comments. At least now the public knows how you feel about the situation. And it's not coming just from me, but it came from you. A couple things that I'm going to disagree with you on, and that is one, the evaluations. I did take into consideration your evaluation as long as all other four council people. And if you recall, during that evaluation, it came out to 3.1, which is an average evaluation for the city manager. So I did take those into consideration. I am not the one that set the policies and procedures that this council and myself adhere to right now. That is council's the one that sets these policies. And if I'm not mistaken, it says that I may use them. I don't have to use your evaluations, but I do. And I did use them. You can get with HR because they're in that file, and you can see where I did put those together and did an average of everybody everybody's evaluation. So it wasn't just strictly my evaluation that I used. There's nothing that says that we have to pass them out in public. I believe that was done a few years ago, and this council is the one that changed it and made it not a public evaluation. Am I correct on that, Councilman Torres? That it's not a public, it's now not a public evaluation? Yeah, okay. So I just want to make sure that I'm right on that. So why would I pass out all the evaluations when this council, not specifically this council, but this council is the one that changed that. I did not change that. And so I don't know, I'm kind of lost as to how when I veto, it's unlawful. Mr. Mortensen, can you tell me when I veto something, why it's unlawful, as Councilman Torres had spoken?
Aaron Morrison, City Attorney, I'm not sure I quite understand the question. You have the veto power over any action taken by council that has to be overturned by 4 out of 5. So I guess I'm not quite sure I understand the question.
Well, the question was that Councilman Torres said that it's unlawful for me to do what I did in his statement. And I don't see where it's unlawful. That is my power as a mayor. But that's the site.
And
That's
Aaron, City
beside-
Attorney, you have the authority to veto, and that is part of the NRS. That's part of your NRS authority.
Okay, thank you. So I wasn't out of line on that. Thank you. And yeah, I've probably vetoed more than the other mayors. I will admit that. Have I won all my vetoes? Absolutely not. But whether I win a veto or not, it's my way of saying I disagree with it. I disagree with defunding the city manager position. Not the person, the position. That's what I weigh heavy on. And like I said, tonight, whatever happens tonight needs to, this one way or another, this budget has to pass. I'm going to do what's right for the citizens of Fernley. And I'm not going to do what's right for Councilman Torres or Councilman Hannon or myself. My job is to do what is best for the city of Fernley. And that's what I'm going to do. I have said my piece, and so we'll go from there. Councilwoman Zaberski?
I'm going to apologize in advance because I do not have 30 years experience, and so mine is not quite as intellectual. It's just from the heart, and that's all I can do. To my community and city staff, I am deeply sorry for the city council meetings you have had to endure as of late. I too have never been so disappointed in the lack of transparency, ethics, and morals in our city government. I will apologize to my constituents per the last budget meeting that legal did give advice not to comment on, as they were sold a narrative from our management and leadership that was dishonest. I was voted into this position two terms now because my community has faith in the fact that I will make the best decisions for the future of Fernley. I did not come into this position with an agenda out of ego or pride or to misuse the title or power placed on me as a council member. I cannot say the same for everyone on this dais. I'm gonna try not to repeat some things. Creating a poll on a social media platform to gain traction during a budget is not only unethical, but a full-blown insult to the intelligence of our community. How will we use this? Are those without the platform not to have a vote? Is this how we make responsible decisions for our city? The definition of leadership is the action of leading a group of people or organization. Pitting council members, staff members, and our community against each other does not show this quality. A short period into Mr. Marchand's employment, out of concern for the city and concern for the actions that were taking place without council knowing behind closed doors, 3 out of 5 council members requested a meeting to determine character and competency of Mr. Marchand. It was then vetoed by the mayor. A week later, I received an email from the mayor that after further consideration, he would like council to participate in an evaluation of Mr. Marchand's performance. I gladly submitted my evaluation back to the mayor in hopes that we would have a discussion to better manage the city with Mr. Marchand as an employee. My full evaluation is available in the back. After spilling everything possible into this evaluation, I was optimistic that as the city manager is an employee of the mayor, actions would be taken to resolve the issues so that we could move forward. I did not receive a response, an email, or any other form of communication from our city manager or our mayor. Although I have attempted numerous times during private meetings, senior staff meetings, strategic meetings, and council to communicate with Mr. Marchand, I cannot say that any of my evaluation concerns have changed. The open door policy, which our management is constantly preaching, means nothing if while I am attempting to communicate, I am actively being belittled, condescended to, or worse, blatantly lied to in order to avoid my questions. I, as much as everyone else in this city, want this budget to pass desperately. This situation should have been resolved months ago. Unfortunately, it has made my job as a council member near impossible to make accurate decisions without transparency and communication from management. I have been put on an island and alienated as a voice in my community and will not stand around as manipulative political polls push my city into a place that I don't recognize.
Thank you, Councilwoman Zabriskie, for your comments. Your comment about putting out a poll on Facebook, and the reason I did that was just, it appears that most people in this city respond to Facebook more than they do coming to a meeting. And, you know, I really don't want to get into the results of what the poll is because that doesn't matter. It mattered to me. I wanted to see where the citizens that are the ones that are on Facebook, they have a lot to complain about, but they don't show up here and really talk about it. So that's just one reason why I put that out there, just to, it seems like they respond to things that are on Facebook. And so that's why I put that out there. So, yeah, Councilman
Oh, can I respond?
Mendoza, you have the floor.
I'll let
And then I'll
Councilwoman
go back to you in a minute.
Zabrowski go ahead and
Oh,
answer your
he's gonna
question.
let me talk.
Yes.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
I think that also super insulting. If you're gonna put a poll out there because people only respond to Facebook and then come back and say it doesn't matter, then why? Then why are we using city resources to start a poll on Facebook that doesn't matter?
Okay, if it matters that much to you, here's your results. 79% said, yes, we need a city manager. 613 votes. 21% said no, 157 votes. So there's your answer according to the Facebook poll.
I think that if it does matter that much, you might want to pull the comments from the public as well. Because if this is your main form of communicating with our citizens and you're just going to go off of the numbers and not read the comments, it's not an accurate way to determine voting in a city. It's a social media platform. It's childish.
Oh, well, thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. The comments are the comments. The vote counts. When I vote for the president of the United States, I don't have to make a comment, but the vote counts, right? Some people want to comment, and there's been comments both ways. I will say there's been comments that say, yes, we do need a city manager. No, not this person. But yeah, you're exactly correct. There are comments both ways.
And we don't vote
Aaron
for the
Morrison, city
president
attorney, very
on
briefly,
Facebook.
let's avoid the personal attacks and attacks on character.
I'm sorry, who's personal attacking?
I avoid comments like childish.
Oh, yeah.
I'm done. I apologize.
Okay, thank you. Apology accepted, and I'm sorry too. Councilman Mendoza, go ahead.
Yeah, I voted yes on that little survey that was on Facebook, just for the record. When you talked about his annual review and incorporating the thoughts of the council members that were on the seat at that time, what was the average number that came out? And how did you get to that average?
Well, what I did was I averaged fives, fours, threes, added them up, divided by how many people made the comments, and that came up with it was a little over a 3%.
A little over 3%.
Yes.
No, I haven't done one of
And-
these reviews yet. I haven't had the,
Oh, hold on. City Manager Marchand?
Just for the record, it's a 5-point scale. It's not a percentage scale.
Yeah.
3 is doing the job, 4 is above, 2 is below, 5 is very much above, and 1 is very poor. And so it wasn't a 3%, it was a 3.1 average.
a 3.1 average.
I'm sorry, my fault. It wasn't it came out to a 3.
And you, because I remember requesting these in a public request online, and I wasn't given all of them, and I kind of made us think about it, and we had a presentation. But I think this is another opportunity to prove the dishonesty within this council, because I have the review that you gave for him for last year, and it is rated at 4.8%. To be exact, it's 4.875, and this has your signature on it. And every item in this review has a 5, which we just heard is above average, significantly above target. There is only one, customer focus, and that was rated at a 4, which is still above target. So I'm calling you out with the disinformation that has been given to the public just a second ago.
Mr. Mendoza, I believe you're getting into my character and confidence.
No, I'm actually getting into the
you
document
are.
that I requested publicly and was
Aaron
given
Morrison, city
publicly.
attorney, let's not go into job performance in regards to the mayor. In this case, he has not been noticed for today's hearing.
Yeah, I'm not talking to job performance. I'm talking about a public document that I received
And
through a
fo-
public information request that has this document, and I could send it to the clerk for the people to see. And actually, I will send it to the clerk so that we could enter this into tonight's council meeting packet as record.
Focus on the document itself and on the job performance of the
Yep.
mayor in preparing it.
Document, it says 4.875%. This is an annual review. This annual review was signed by Ben Marchand, 9/10/24, and Mayor Neil McIntyre, 9/10/2024. So this is the last review, which I think is the reviews that were in question and the reviews that said were taken into consideration. And from what I could see, that there was no consideration of any council member's review in regards to this one. And I will be downloading and emailing this over to Ms. Swanson here shortly to add to the record. That's all I have to say.
Okay, thank you. So I really don't know where you were going with that, but,
It was just fact checking and making sure the community had the right information. That's all.
okay. Okay, thank you. Councilman Hannon, you have the floor.
I do. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and good evening, everyone. I appreciate everyone's attendance tonight. This is an important topic, and I'm trying my hardest to be as kind and civil as possible. And I think we all have to work together, and so that's how we should all try to act. What I hear tonight is I hear a list of negative comments about one individual. I haven't heard one single thing about anything that he's done that's acceptable or good or notable or charitable or noteworthy. It's just like he did this, he did that, he did this, he did that. I mean, it's like a list of grievances. And I understand that. And that maybe is fair. But I think in order to be fair to the public and to be fair to our employees, we owe it to them to give the good, the not so good, and the bad. And that's how we formulate these reviews. It's what did you do? What are the things that you are excited that you've accomplished? What are the things you think you can do better? What are the things that you think you failed at doing? And then we work with those employees to try to maximize their potential. It's our job. We are the leaders here, and leaders don't point fingers at people and say how horrible they are. Leaders lift people up. They give constructive criticism. Everything that I've heard tonight is Ben did this and it's the mayor's fault, and Mayor McIntyre. Over and over and over again, whatever Ben seems to have done, it seems to have entangled the mayor as some co-conspirator. You know, I'm not perfect. I'm far from it. I admit quite often that I make a mistake. At last meeting, I was talking about the enterprise agreement with Waste Management, and I thought that 4 or more homes qualified as being in the enterprise agreement, and it was 4 or less. And after the meeting, I realized I made a mistake. I talked to a few people, and I took credit for that mistake. But that's part of the learning process. That's how we move forward and we become better. We learn from our mistakes. You know, every single one of us up here has flaws, and every single one of us up here has amazing things that we've all done. And we should all be proud of that. And we shouldn't be ashamed of the bad things that we've done or the things that we've done that didn't work out the way we thought. We should learn from those things and grow. I haven't heard any constructive criticism as to how Mr. Marchant can better himself in this capacity or in his job. It's just Ben did something bad, and so that's done. We have to pull the plug, and there's no saving Ben. And that's horrible. That's horrible to do that to somebody. And I would ask everyone up here to look at themselves. I'm sure that we've all been in a similar situation. In fact, you know, without going into everyone else's character and competence, I could think of something, every single one of us, a mistake that we've made, including myself, that we've learned from. And I've made plenty, and I'm the first to admit it. When I sit up here and folks come up and give presentations or information, I thank them for their service. I thank them for a job well done. I don't criticize them in public. If I have an issue with them, I meet with them privately, one-on-one, and I discuss any discrepancies that I think need to be discussed. Otherwise, I keep my mouth shut. It's not my position to tell everyone everything they're doing that's wrong. In the evaluation of Mr. Marchant, and some of them have been passed around here, I went back and looked at mine. I was the only one that gave constructive criticism as far as things that I wanted to see improved. And without going into detail and reading it line by line, some of the things were I would like him to go to county meetings and present Fernley in a one-on-one rather than on Zoom. I've asked him to try to attempt to reach out to NDOT and the fire district and these other entities that we work side by side with and have more of a presence. And he's done that. He's been to the meetings. He gives a monthly report. Everything that I've pointed out that I wanted to see improved has been improved. When I go back and I look at the other evaluations, there were no goals set. One of the questions was, did he meet the goals and expectations that were set of him last year? And some people put no. And when I go back and I look at the previous year, there were no goals and expectations set. There weren't one single goal or expectation set by anybody up on this dais. But then the second year, he didn't meet his expectations. That is just not fair. It's not honest. It's not the way we should be conducting our business. I could have gone home and wrote a 3-page essay on all of the bad things that people have done, but I don't choose to do that. I choose to help the people that we have in this building become better at what they're doing. I choose to lift people up and make them better. I choose to follow the policies that we have set and the guidelines that we incorporate for HR process. I'm not here to hijack the council. I didn't have meetings outside of this building and then walk in the room and several people agree. I think a lot of people have asked me about that. I'm not making an accusation, but I'm saying it doesn't look good. However that was formulated, I don't know. But when 3 people come in here and they have an opinion and they don't share it with anybody else and they stand firm, it doesn't look good in the public. A lot of people have asked me about that. And I think that's shameful. I think that's absolutely shameful. I think that trying to circumvent the process in place is shameful. Yeah. I hate doing this. I hate having to have this conversation in this capacity because I just want to get through the day. I want to think positive. We're doing so many great things here in Fernley. You know, the last 2 years, we've had a balanced budget the first time in 11 years. Excuse me. My allergy medication is robbing all the moisture from my head.
If you will let me
Yeah.
interject real quick. It was brought to my attention by Councilman Torres and also Councilman Mendoza had mentioned this in his writings or Facebook or comments or whatever, wherever it was, I can't remember, but that the city does have to turn in a balanced budget every year, no matter what. So there is a big difference in a structural balanced budget and a structural deficit budget. We have turned in under Ben Marchant a structural budget spending down fund balance, which it's still a structural balance. So when I say, and anybody else up here says, we have presented a balanced budget the last 2 years, it's a structural balanced budget where your revenues and your expenditures match. A deficit budget is when your revenues, where your expenditures exceed your revenues, and you have to borrow from fund balance to make that budget balance. That's what's turned into the state. That's the difference. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for that information. Another thing that I want to share that I think is troubling is that over and over on Facebook, Mr. Marchant's character in regards to his previous employment has come into question. And over and over again, there's another item that keeps getting mentioned, his religion. And we had somebody up here that mentioned that as well.
Aaron Morrison, City Attorney, let's not go there.
I'm not speaking about someone that's here
Let's
now.
not go there.
Anyway, the point is that his religion has come up. It was 2 times today on Facebook. There were comments that referenced his religion being the same as the mayor's religion, and that they were too close, that they go to church together. And that is extremely troubling to me as well. That is even something that we're discussing in 2025, that somebody's religion, the whole weekend I've been pondering what is the problem, and what I see is some very, very strong personalities that don't like when people don't do what they say. That's what I see. I'm here several times a week. I spend quite a bit of time with Mr. Marchant. I spend quite a bit of time with Mr. Mayor. I spend quite a bit of time with department heads, with our city attorney, Mr. Mortensen. And I try to be as transparent as possible. I'm 100% transparent with the senior staff. And if I have a problem, I relay that information. I don't see that with some of the folks that have a hard line against the city manager. I don't see them here. I don't see them interacting in the same capacity. And that's a personal choice. I choose to be down here more and to try to interact as much as possible. I think that I have a better relationship with those folks. And I cherish that relationship, and it's made me a better council person. And I think it makes this city better. And I think that when you alienate yourself and you refuse to have meetings with folks, and you have meetings at the sheriff's substation because you can't have a meeting in this facility where we work, says something. It says that there's a big problem, and it wasn't the mayor that asked to meet there. It was somebody else. I think that that is wildly inappropriate for staff, for people up here to ask for private meetings in interrogation rooms at the sheriff's department or offsite. We have a beautiful building, lots of rooms here for meetings. And if you're not comfortable having a meeting in this facility, then there's something bigger going on. And I think that that shows in the long worded speech that was written. I don't appreciate that. I'm here. All my meetings are here, sir. All my meetings are in this building. I don't ask people to meet me at secret, undisclosed locations. I think that in itself paints a bigger picture of the message you said today. That's all I have to say right now. Thank you.
Councilman Mendoza.
Yeah, I just want to put on the record that I did not request such meeting. And not that you were inferring that I did. I just want to put that on record.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Hannan.
can we open this up to the public? I'd like to hear what they'd have to say.
Aaron Morton, City Attorney, before we do that, I want to make sure that we understand that because Mr. Marchant has been noticed of his of this character and competence, he is entitled to be able to defend himself if he so chooses. And so I want to make sure that he gains the opportunity to have the floor for that.
Thank you. And I was about to do that. Mr. Marchant, the floor is yours if you would like it.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and City Council. It's not easy to hear allegations like this and accusations, some of which are familiar, some of which are new. I can speak to my experience in receiving the performance evaluation of the City Council that the mayor shared with me last September, and it was deeply troubling then as it is now, because there were a lot of assertions made without any examples, without any conversation. At no point has Councilors Zaberski or Torres come to my office to raise any concerns about specific complaints they've received from any employees. No, I believe that in my position, if I were to receive a complaint from any employee, that I would be mandatorily obligated to report it to Human Resources or our insurance carrier, PoolPact, to have an investigation done. And like I said at the last meeting, I am not under any investigation. No allegations have been made. And I take great offense to the specious and baseless accusations that are being leveled against me. It is unfair because I am unable to defend myself because I have nothing. I have no instances or examples or arguments. I will take exception to Mr. Torres' memory that I disagree with his version of the events. I do remember being asked the question about if I understood what a Dillon's Rule state was. And that question was interrupted by City Attorney Moritzen because no other city manager candidate had been asked that question. Nevertheless, I agreed to answer because that was what I learned in my first course of study at Northern Illinois University, Masters of Public Administration course. I understood what it was. He chooses to remember that I didn't, and I can't agree with him on that. I can't agree with his representation that I have been insubordinate and not following the City Council's directives. I can't agree with many of the representations that he's put out there because I did not hire the position that he asked me to hold back on. I did not put the associate planner position in the budget as he alleges. It was not funded in the current year budget, and that makes his statement incorrect. And I will stand by that. and I will stand by my honor. I believe in being true. I believe in being honest. I've been raised that way. I will be happy to put my honor and integrity on the line and hear from my accusers if there are any. And I will not put them on a public trial. I am happy to address their concerns privately, but all I hear are vague insinuations assassinating my character without any evidence, without any proof. And that is terribly unprofessional and unfair. And I find it cowardly when people are not able to raise their concerns directly with me. I'm doing the best I can. I own that I'm not perfect. I own that I have made decisions that have been unpleasant and disagreeable with certain people. They didn't like the outcome. They didn't like how I upheld the city codes and the city council's resolutions and ordinances. It is not my job to change or deviate from the codes and ordinances, whether it's for a restaurant on Main Street or any of the other things that were brought up. It is entirely the city council's prerogatives to waive fees, waive requirements. And I have always done that in deference to the city council's authority. And I will continue to do my best to uphold the laws and ordinances of the city of Fernley. And that's the best I can do. And until I get notice of actual specific concerns that I can correct, I don't know what they are talking about. I am concerned that the challenge that my presence here with the city of Fernley has created is preventing the city from moving forward in a healthy direction. I've thought a lot about this, and I am happy to put up my honor. I was raised to be a Christian, God-fearing man. I try to model my life after the life and teachings of Jesus Christ, who I believe in. And I also grew up in the Boy Scouts of America. I started as a Bobcat Cub Scout at the age of 8. I learned what it means to be an honorable person. I worked through every stage of scouting. I achieved the rank of Eagle Scout. And for those who do not appreciate what that means, I am proud to say that on my honor, I will do my best to do my duty to God and my country, to help other people at all times, to obey the Scout law, to keep myself physically strong, mentally awake, and morally straight. And with that, the Scout law means a Scout is trustworthy, loyal, helpful, friendly, courteous, kind, obedient, cheerful, thrifty, brave, clean, and reverent. These are my ideals. These are what I stand for. It's how I try to treat every employee and the city council in the city of Fernley. I have always asked to communicate with the city council. And when I started out, I did have some regular meetings going on with each of the council members. And then suddenly a couple of them stopped. No explanation, no reason. They voted against passing the budget last year, Ms. McKay and Mr. Torres. No explanation, no reason. And I cannot maintain a relationship with someone who will not communicate or work with me. And I think it's unfortunate. I think we do a disservice to the citizens of Fernley. And on my honor, if I can help the city of Fernley proceed, I will do whatever it takes. In fact, I will tender my resignation on condition that this city council approves this budget including the position of city manager, in order for it to proceed, I don't need to be here for the city of Fernley to be looked after and do well. If that's what's stopping the city from going forward, I will respectfully resign on conditions I'll work out with the mayor. That is what I have to offer on my honor.
All right, thank you, City Manager Ben Marchant. It's Albert Torres and then Ryan Hannon.
Mr. Mortensen? Next steps on that
Aaron
proposal?
Morrison, City Attorney, if you want to take a brief recess, we can take we can do a legal break.
Actually, right now, what I would like to do, if that's okay with you, Councilman Torres, is open it up for public comment. After public comment, let's go in for a legal brief. Does that sound good with you, Councilman Torres? That works? The other council, does that work for you, everybody?
Yes.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor.
I will now open this up for public comment.
Since my name has been mentioned a couple of times, I think it's time I get up and defend my position. I'm Fran McKay, private citizen in Fernley. I would love to accept his resignation. From the very beginning, before we ever hired him, we all were sitting up there in the meeting, me instead of Joe. We all voted against Ben, or at least 4 of us did the first time. However, Mr. Mortensen started talking, Mr. Hannon started talking, and it was decided we would do a revote. When we did the revote, Mr. Mayor, you called out Ryan Hannon by yourself and only him, and went out and talked. Then you called out Felicity and went and talked. Then you called out Stan and went to talk to him again. You never called out Councilman Torres or Councilman McKay to speak with us again. And when that you all came back, when you got back in, Mr. Hannon was just waiting to put his hand on the button so he can say, I'd like to make a motion, or whatever Mr. Mortensen told him to do, to revote. And if I remember right, Stan Lau seconded, because they always go back and forth between motions and seconds. And another vote was held. Mr. Hannon was hired. Councilman Torres and Council McKay voted no. Because I too put Mr. Marchant's name in the internet, just Ben Marchant. That's all I wrote. I found numerous articles. In one case, he failed to report to the state on time, and it cost the city a penalty. In another case, suddenly, as I'm going through council minutes, his name was there when he got hired, and then suddenly his name was no longer on the council people on the list of who were attending that council meeting. Instead, there was a lawyer. And the lawyer took Mr. Marchant's place. And this is published in the newspaper. I gave you those articles with my evaluation. You told us just to fill one out and send it under your door. I don't know if you ever did get it. But that's exactly what happened. I spoke with Mr. Marchant in the senior staff meetings. And after he was here, only 5 or 6 months, a month after Mr. Carson got here, I asked them
I'm
both.
sorry, your time is up. Thank you.
My name is Jim Porter. I know 3 of you.
If you
I
would,
know
sir,
others.
if you would get to the microphone so we can hear you. Is a button pushed there so we can hear you?
I see that we've put up new acoustical panels, which I suggested many times ago, and it seems to be working. I can hear back here now. Didn't used to be able to. My name is Jim Porter. I live at 621 Winter Place here in Fernley. And it seems as though what we really have is an issue of, are we going to submit a budget or are we not? Right? In between that, excuse my expression, but there seems to be a lot of discussion like picking rat poop out of pepper. You're getting nowhere. Okay, you want to argue amongst yourselves? Go ahead, pick all the rat poop you want to. But the budget has to be submitted. That's number one. Everything else is secondary. Right? I have nothing more to say. I'm sure there's people behind me that have more elegant words to put. Right? But
Thank you, sir.
that has to pass.
Tim Bickerton. I find it to be sad that we have been presented with an insinuation that the council is holding the budget hostage over this. As Councilman Torres said, that is not the truth. There's one line item that is being held up. I also find it sad that we would have someone who would defend behaviors listed as just being negative things. And I personally only heard one positive thing besides going to some meetings about a balanced budget, which is very nice, but also done on a whole bunch of shoulders. And after listening to City Manager Marchant, I think perhaps everything is taken care of if he is a man of his word and is going to submit his resignation over a vote that, from what I understand, has already been taken and approved, but will be taken and approved again without a line item taken away from it. And my only fear is that the mayor has a misguided relationship and will refuse to accept that resignation and work his way around us losing Mr. Marchant and finding a city manager that is more for the city of Fernley. Hopefully I'm wrong in this. I'd like to defend a lot of other things, but we don't get but 2 minutes. So I'll let the other things that some councilmen may have brought up slide. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Sky Long. I can only speak to my own experience, and each of you has made yourself available to me in all of my questions, and that includes Mr. Marchant. I've been able to connect with him over the special event fees that directly impacts the things that I do. And from an outsider perspective, looking in, I'm just giving a reflection. This seems like a big communication issue, and there's a buffer in place, Mr. Mayor, from council and city manager, and maybe just remove the buffer a little bit so that way these guys can talk to each other more. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Vera Roberson, and I do appreciate all the time that you spend on city business. I think that right now, there's a lot of conflict, which is very unfortunate, but I do agree that the city needs a city manager, whoever that might be. And you can take all the discussions tonight, but it doesn't really matter. It needs a city manager. How you deal with that is up to you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good evening, council members and Mr. Mayor. As you can see, I dressed for the occasion tonight as opposed to last meeting. I want to say that I echo Sky Long's comments about you folks all being available to us. I've talked with each of you, I think, over the last week or so to get the background on what's going on. And I really appreciate that. And I feel that after talking to all of you, that I think we're fortunate to have you helping run our city because all of you care deeply about Fernley. And I feel that to my core. And I appreciate that. I love this city. I want to see it go forward. I want to see it progress. And I think you all have that in mind. And so I thank you for your service for doing that.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Lowell Patton, 1000 Truckee Lane. I really feel that you all know why this is at an impasse, because it's an apple and oranges thing, and you can't get more oranges if you're trying to take away from the apple side. You've got an issue here where you're dealing with serious personnel allegations during a line item budget discussion. And you're not going to, maybe until recently with the very recent proposal from the city manager, until that, you don't have a way to solve the issue. I don't know if this is just making a serious point about a mayor's veto power and the form of government that you're saddled with by decisions that you've made over time. If that's the case, and this is a domino that you're trying to push to change that, I don't think that's the appropriate time to do that either. But I feel like right now that silence or neutrality on this issue is complicity. And as I said last time, at the first time I spoke, I believe you should pass this budget as is, with no changes, and address your personnel issues separately. You wouldn't do that with any other employee in the employee of the city. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Shannon Sarasola. As a business person, as a community member, I think that we need to realize that we are at making decisions for two different things here tonight. One is a budget, which includes a city manager position, which I think is very important to the city. That position is a non-elected professional position that has a professional expertise that some of us on council and as mayor do not have, even as a constituent. I don't have a degree or a master's degree in public facilities. It is a nonpartisan position. It's not elected. You guys are elected as a council member to vote for your community. And I think that this is a position where you have an employee problem that should be settled in a different forum. I, as a business owner, would never pull an employee out in public and have these conversations. Excuse me. And it shouldn't be done here tonight. If you have a morale problem and an employee problem, then those employees should feel strong enough to come to you and voice a complaint and file a complaint. If somebody's going to be held responsible for their behavior, it should be documented and it should be there. Your budget is your budget, and your city cannot move forward without it. That being said, as a business owner, I want people to come to this community to think that we are a good community to live in, to have a business in. And right now, we're not representing that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Lydia Altig, Deputy City Manager. I think it'd be hard to find a city manager that is not more for the city of Fernley, but I appreciate you being here in person, Mr. Tim. I just wanted to give one example of Ben's effectiveness as a Boston leader. He has a deep understanding of the inner workings of city government. This comes from over 20 years of public service, which we've heard tonight. 16 of the 20 has been chief executive officer in 5 positions as city manager. If you were to read the city manager job description, you would agree that as an effective boss and leader, this city manager has not only the qualifications, but the drive to get the job done. He is strongest in the areas of finance and economic development. And there's one essential job function in the job description that I'll use in as an example. Number 9, assist the city council and mayor in the development of overall goals of the city, provides leadership and direction in the development of short and long-range plans for achieving overall goals, works with the mayor and city council and others to develop community and economic development plans. As an effective Boston leader in one of our first meetings, the city manager expressed the importance of engaging our local businesses and industries to help grow local businesses so they stay here, which attracts more downtown development, which contributes to a vibrant town center, which attracts more investment and localized jobs. Since then, the city has completed a local business survey, which informed the creation of a small business resource center webpage with links to resources, programs, small business grants, an updated list of new business licenses, how to start a new business in Nevada, and more. The city has just hosted its first business expo, and it won't be the last. As an effective leader, he has also brought in economic development duties to a position where those duties did not exist, and that was Development Services Coordinator. He shows great amount of creativity and the ability to think outside the box, which are qualifications of an effective boss and leader. Thank you.
Thank you.
Neil McIntyre II, Fernley resident. I got up here last week and I spoke to you guys and I asked for you guys to give the public an explanation of why you were voting the way you were. So I wanted to come up here and thank you for giving an explanation of where you stand on this. And we can agree to disagree. And that is what makes a strong city council, is to be able to agree to disagree. And so I can appreciate that from all of you guys. I know each and every one of you on a personal basis, and I can walk up to you on the street, even after the meeting last week, and we're going to say hi, shake hands, and be total friends. So, you know, I just wanted to say that, you know, I appreciate that we can agree to disagree, but I really appreciate the fact that you came forward this week and gave your reasonings behind it. I think that means a lot to the public because, like some other people have said, when you get up here and you're saying, I'm going to vote no on this, but you can't give us a reason, you know, that's like a parent telling your kid, hey, you can't have that cookie. Well, why? Well, why? We're going to sit there and ask why till we give you a reason. We may not agree with it, but at least we give them a reason. Oh, you've had too many cookies already. Well, there's too much sugar in that one, you know. So I just wanted to get up here because I did get up here last week. And like I said, I don't like coming up here and speaking in front of you guys for the simple fact is my dad is the mayor. And, you know, a lot of people are going to say that my opinion doesn't hold as strong as some of the other public because, you know, how do I know that he's not feeding me what I have to say? I'm my own person. And that's why I wanted to get up here and say that I appreciate that you guys came up and gave an explanation. But I do disagree that, you know, I think we're going around the wrong way. Like a lot of people have said, this city needs a city manager. The city needs a city manager more than the city manager needs the city. And so I hope that you guys can come to an agreement tonight. I appreciate Mr. Marchant putting his resignation out there to get this to pass. That means that this guy cares a lot about this city. Where that comes into question, it's never come into question with me. This guy came all the way across the United States. Yeah, he's got a little bit of history, you know, previously, but we all do. And it's hard to hold somebody accountable for all the stuff that they did in the past when they're trying to better themselves. They come to a new place. It's a fresh start. The last thing I would want to do if I came somewhere for a fresh start is somebody to go back to my past and say, hey, look what you did in the past. I'm like, I'm a different person now. I'm here. I'm going to try to fix this city. It means a lot to me. And this city has grown on Mr. Marchant, I can tell. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name's Timothy Joder. I'm at 134 Country Ranch Road. And I just want to agree with Mr. Patton. You guys are talking about two separate things here, and you need to get this budget passed. Get the budget passed. It sounds like issues with the city manager are well documented, and follow that, whatever your corrective action process is after this budget is passed. It seems like a hostage situation to me. So please do your job, do your duty, pass the budget, deal with the city manager personnel issue separately and after the budget's passed. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Mayor, council, staff, nice to see you. I'm not going to talk about the budget. You got enough people telling you what to do with the budget. I really hear Ben gave a nice speech about being a Boy Scout. It's not true. He has no integrity. I worked for the city and I was asked to leave the city. I'm not going there. That's for a different speech. But I took a job with a very nice contractor here in town. Had a great job, project manager. I run the projects. The owners trust me. That's what I do for a living. I've been doing it 50 years. So I'm doing my daily job. The owner calls me in and says, Mr. Moore, you can't do inspections anymore because the city building official says that you said derogatory statements on your campaign fund against her husband. Where's the proof? It's an allegation. No one here saw it. No one here knows about it. Allegation. So I was warned by my employer, I can't do inspections anymore or I'm going to get fired. False allegation. Okay. So she takes it to Ben. Ben never talks to me, never comes out to see what's going on. Ben just signs it as a second backup that we are not going to give Michael Moore inspections because he said something there's no proof about. I was fired the next day. So I want to thank you, Ben, for not coming out, not asking what the situation was, never checking out what it was. You just signed a piece of paper that I lost my job a year ago. So, you know, your resignation here, I won't lose any sleep over it. I hope you get what you paid for, buddy.
Hi, I'm Mila Moore. I'm Michael Moore's wife. In an informal way, this is better than Netflix. In a more formal way, I really do want to thank Mr. Albert Torres. And I'm looking at you, Mayor, because I have respect for your position. He produced this letter that was passed around inside this hall before the meeting got started about the lack of data. And he showed up differently. He showed up differently for you. He showed up differently for us in a really respectful way and produced data. So although you heard a lot of emotions going around, and I often heard that word emotion and opinion used so much throughout the presentation today, whether it was from council or whether it was from the audience, Albert Torres, Joe Mendoza produced data. And that's something, whether somebody likes somebody or doesn't like somebody, data will always win. It outweighs everything. I also want to thank and apologize because I do respect you, Felicity, but it's so hard to remember how to pronounce your last name because an allegation you made proved true, the lack of an open door policy. So with the three of you and your actions and your words, they outweighed all the rest of the panel. And although I hug you at every barbecue, Ryan, because I love you, and I will continue to, you mentioned something about that we look for civility. No, we, the audience, we don't look for civility. We expect it from you. That's why you're raised so much higher, right? You are supposed to be held with a different expectation. So again, I want to remind all of you, audience and council, to really think when somebody says, this is how you felt. We didn't hear feelings. We heard facts. Continue to remind yourself of that. And thank you. And thank you for giving me an opportunity to speak.
Thank you, ma'am. Do we have any more comments? Anybody on Zoom missed ones? With the hand raised or anything? Nobody on the phone? Okay, so what we will do, we will take a break and go into a legal gathering.
Hello? Yes, order in the court. The mayor and council is going to take a 1 hour recess. 1 hour, so we will resume at 8 o'clock.
Okay, everybody, don't get excited. Don't get excited. We're not going to continue. No. Sure. Like, wait a minute. You sure? I want to make sure, Kim. All right, so I would like to call this meeting back to order. It is 8 o'clock. Just to say that we are going to continue this recess until 9 o'clock. Thank you. on the dais, and I am really sorry that this is taking so long. But what we're in the process of doing right now is we are in the process of doing a separation agreement with Mr. Ben Marchant. And so it's taken the lawyers a bit to get it put together. And then once it's put together, we will continue the meeting. It is 9 o'clock, so I need a motion from council to continue. Once the separation agreement is put together to where Mr. Marchant will sign a separation agreement. And then at which time we can vote on the budget as presented, keeping the city manager position funded. Correct? Yeah, I said, once his separation agreement, he signs. Yeah. So that's where we're at. So I'm looking for a motion, Councilman Hannan.
Mr. Mayor, thank you. It's 9 o'clock, and so I make a motion to continue the meeting after 9 p.m.
Second that motion.
So we have a motion by Councilman Hannan, seconded by Councilman Lau to continue the meeting past 9 o'clock. And so I guess what I need to say right now is we will go into recess once again until the separation agreement is put together by outside outside attorney. And once that is completed, we will have Mr. Marchant sign the separation agreement, and then we will vote on the budget. So that's where we're at right now. So at this time, we will go into recess.
Mr. Mayor,
until,
we
yeah.
do have to take a vote.
Oh, I'm sorry. Let's take a vote.
We'll do a verbal. Yes.
Ward 2, Councilwoman Zabriskie. Yes. Ward 3, Councilman Lau.
Yes.
Ward 4, Councilman Torres.
Yes.
Ward 5, Councilman Mendoza.
Yes.
Okay, motion carries 5-0. We will now go into recess until such time as we have the separation agreement ready.
I've never been here till.
Me neither.
I have.
Are we ready? We're waiting for council. Yeah. He'll be here in just a minute. He's making copies. Councilman Hannon, yes, I will give you the floor as soon as I reopen the meeting.
Thank you.
All right, I call this meeting back to order, and Councilman Hannon, you got the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Without further ado, I would like to make a motion to approve the fiscal year 25-26 budget as presented.
Second that motion.
We have a motion by Councilman Hannon, seconded by Councilman Lau. Please vote. Oh, hold on. Do I need to have public input? I already had that.
Aaron Morrison, City Attorney, you already had public input. You were good to go.
Okay, thank you. Please vote. Do we need to do manual? Okay, Ward 1, Councilman Hannon.
Yes.
Ward 2, Councilwoman Zabersky.
Yes.
Ward 3, Councilman Lau.
Yes.
Ward 4, Councilman Torres.
Yes.
Ward 5, Councilman Mendoza.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0. We'll now move on to line item 3, public forum. This is a portion of the meeting devoted to the public. If you wish to comment, you can do so in person at the meeting or raise your hand. Featured Zoom, star 9 if you're participating via phone. Public comments are limited to 3 minutes. Please avoid repetition. Is there any public input at this time? Is there anybody on Zoom that has a hand raised? And nobody on the phone? Okay, our next meeting is May 29th at 5 p.m. This meeting is adjourned.
Mr. Mayor, did we need to say anything about, we're good?
Nope.
Okay.
I asked, so we're good. Yeah.
Aaron Morrison, City Attorney, can we vacate that meeting tomorrow?
Excuse me?
You said May 29th was the next meeting. That's tomorrow. We're vacating that meeting, right? We don't need to have that meeting, right?
The barbecue.
I don't think everyone wants to come back here and talk about the budget again.
So our next meeting will be the first meeting in June, which is the 5th, I believe, 4th. June 4th will be our next meeting. I'm sorry for any confusion there. So this meeting is adjourned.